It is always a bittersweet when I am asked to speak at a committee meeting or an event like this. Sweet because I am honored that organizations like Women's Voices Raised for Social Justice that I revere think that I can do something to help a cause I am so passionate about. And bitter because the story I have to tell that led me to speak up is heartbreaking. My story resonates and hits a chord with people on both sides of the debate. It is the story that could happen to anyone. I'm a college-educated, stay-at-home mom to a wonderful 18-month-old, a devoted wife of 7 years, a somewhat stereotypical woman who loves romantic comedies and chocolate, and 3 years ago this August, I had an abortion. New Year's Eve 2011, after 5 years of marriage, my husband and I decided we were ready for kids. By May, I was pregnant and we were ecstatic. My husband had just gotten a promotion. We were buying a house with a white picket fence. We were going to be a family. Our dreams were coming true, but everything changed when at 16 weeks we found out that the baby I was carrying had a greater than 1 in 10 chance of having trisomy 18, a chromosomal defect that is described by the Trisomy 18 Foundation's website as usually fatal, with most babies dying before birth, and those who do make it to birth typically living only a few days. However, a small number of babies, less than 10%, live for at least 1 year. All I felt was disbelief. We had opted for genetic testing because I had been adopted and we knew nothing about my genetic makeup, and because a pregnancy book had recommended it. Never in a million years did we think it would actually have an impact on us. I was 17 weeks, 1 day pregnant when we met with a genetic counselor who told us more about the test and our results, as well as about trisomy 18. We then met with a doctor who performed a higher resolution ultrasound than the ones in your average OB's office. The ultrasound lasted about a half an hour. Several problems were found, including an atrial septal defect, a large hole between the upper two chambers of the heart, an unusually small stomach, more than likely caused by esophageal atresia, where the esophagus does not connect to the stomach, meaning the baby cannot eat by mouth, and other markers of trisomy 18. It was then we decided to have an amnio, as it would be the only way to know for sure if our baby had trisomy 18. 2 days later, we got the initial results back, confirming a trisomy 18 diagnosis, a diagnosis that is incompatible with life. It was after much soul searching and with a heavy heart that after talking with my husband, family, rabbi, and doctor, that I made the most difficult choice I have ever had to make. But I knew that by bringing this child into the world, I would be condemning him or her to a life in a hospital and to a life of pain. What kind of life would that be? So I made the choice that was best for myself, my family, and my baby. I chose to have an abortion. Being a Christian facility, my doctor's hospital normally does not permit termination. But she petitioned the ethics board, and after looking over my baby's diagnosis and prognosis, the board deemed that in this case they would terminate the abortion. They would allow her to perform an abortion. I was admitted on a Saturday morning and had the procedure before sunrise the next day. After, my doctor came to tell me that she had examined our baby and she noticed some other physical defects that had the baby been born alive, it would have been born in agony. We named our baby Rose after a dream I had while I was in the hospital. Rose's remains were cremated, and on what should have been her birthday, my husband and I scattered her ashes in the ocean we had met, that she would travel the world in the wind and see all the places we could only dream of showing her. That is Rose's story. I share it because when I lost Rose, it was the worst thing that had ever happened to me. Not only did I lose a child, but I felt alone. There is a stigma associated with having an abortion, so although there are many other women like me, rarely do they feel safe sharing their story. I decided I would share Rose's story because I didn't want to feel only sadness when I thought of her, because what child wants that to be the feeling they invoke in their mom? And by sharing, I may be able to make someone else's life just a little bit easier. I would never wish this decision on anyone. But if a woman faces it, I hope that by hearing Rose's story, she knows she's not alone. We are not alone. There are many women like her. Regardless of the reason a woman decides to have an abortion, it's not a decision that such as, how will I raise this child? How will I feed this child? How will I survive? How will my family survive? What will this child's life be like? What will its quality of life be like? These problems are not superficial. They are not going to be fixed overnight. They are not going to be solved with an extra 72 hours. When a woman makes the decision to have an abortion, she has already been thinking about it a lot longer than 72 hours. Putting an additional 72-hour wait restriction on a woman is not going to help her solve the problem she has. She is not going to suddenly have the money to feed this child. She won't magically have a strong support system. That they can make it such a burden to get an abortion that a woman won't take the time to do it. But here's the thing. Women will find a way to do what they know is best in their best interest, their family's best interest, and their unborn's best interest. All a 72-hour wait will do is make this already hurting woman hurt more. For me, it would have been 72 more hours of me dodging questions like, when are you due? Is it a boy or a girl? It would have been 72 more hours of feeling the pain of failure as I was not able to protect my child as all mothers want to do. This was the hardest and saddest decision I have ever made, but one that I made because it was in my best interest, my family's best interest, and because I love my baby so much that I couldn't stand the thought of her being born in pain and agony and only to ever see the walls of a hospital. It was a heartbreaking decision, but one I have never regretted, and a decision I would choose again if I was ever faced with it. I thought long and hard about that decision, but once it was made, my will never faltered. An additional 72-hour wait, extra ultrasounds, mandatory videos would not have changed my mind. They would have just caused me more pain than I was already going through. Abortion is a decision that is best for women, not politicians. How dare you insult women by substituting your judgment for hers? This 72-hour wait period will not change mine. It will only shame women and cause them further pain. It is insulting for you to score political points on the backs of Missouri women facing deeply personal, heartbreaking medical decisions. What happened to me can happen to anyone. Think about your wives, your daughters, your sisters. I ask you to act with compassion and respect for women's judgment. Do not vote for this 72-hour waiting period.
think about?
All right. Like all married couples, starting essentially the day you decide to get married, people start asking you, so when are you having kids? My husband and I fended that off for quite some time. I wasn't entirely sure when I wanted to start that journey in my life. I was thinking, maybe I wanted to be a professional and really dedicate myself to something. And just at the turn of events, it just clicked. It was New Year's Eve, and we just decided, you know what? I think it's time. It's a new year. We're on a new journey in our lives together. My husband knew that he was and it was just the right time for us to start a family. And that was kind of the beginning and the end of that decision. Was just we wanted to be a family. We wanted to share the happiness that we had for each other with someone else.
That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. And you said it a little bit at the beginning, but we invited you. I think it's important that the elected officials decide what we, the women of Missouri, are thinking, who we are. I know I live in a suburb outside of St. Louis. I picked my house because it's in a school district that I wanted before we even had kids, that I thought I wanted my kids to go to. Because education is something my husband and I really value, because we are fortunate enough to have gone to college and then have been able to get a good job and see what that can do for ourselves and our community. So can you tell the people watching us and the people inside a little bit more about who you, Liz Wheat Katz, are?
That's a tough question. I am a trained pastry chef, and I have worked in that field not as much as I should have. I have done many jobs before. I did go to school actually to be a teacher. And unfortunately, we move a bit, and so moving is not really conducive to being a teacher. So I have done your odd jobs, working at the mall, just helping support the family. And I now currently live in Columbia, Missouri, in the old Southwest, right by the university, walking distance to downtown. And actually, I love the Columbia life. I love that everything it's a really awesome community. I never expected it to find such a great community, but we did. And like I said when I spoke before, we found a house with backyard that we looked at and just imagined our kids running around in the green backyard. It was, Columbia was our family destination. It was a destination for us to have. And I thought, okay, wow, she's calling. That's really nice of her. Usually the nurse practitioner calls, or a medical assistant rather. And so I was a little bit stunned, but I was like, oh, okay, she's just being nice. So I called her, and she rattled off a bunch of numbers first that can't tell you. I don't know. I do remember her saying, child most likely doesn't have Down syndrome. But then she brought up trisomy 18, also known as Edward syndrome. And at that point, she actually only told me that driving, we were the cake wedding while we were there. Want to bring down her legacy. And everyone, I was probably the most human. I was sitting there going, this is not good, this is not good. And everyone was like, no, it's a 1 in 10 chance. Day that I went to that actually showed a break. The testing that they had done. No, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Issue, they can do an initial test. And that was, and she asked if I had hospital that we did. that people were saying, oh yeah, that's what happened to my cousin. Well, when she said she got my baby, she really had an abortion because of a trisomy or some other incompatible diagnosis. And I just decided that that can't be the way it is. We have to change that if we want to change it. Stand up or sit down. And if I sat down, nothing's going to change. And really a big part of my healing process because I felt that by doing this, I was giving more meaning to my daughter's life than just And as I said, I can't imagine that any child would want her mother or father only feeling sorrow when they sleep. And that's why I'm here today. That's why I speak with passion about this. For any woman out there listening, it's ridiculous. Nobody knows you better than you. You have to make decisions for yourself. I can't imagine anybody saying this is it's really hard. It's so stand up and say, this is what you need to do with your life today. This is how it is going to, without thinking about the consequences, that this isn't just
You yield?
I yield.
All right.
Later in pregnancy. House Bill 207-1313 has now been amended to require the Department of Health and Senior Services to create a video that contains all the information to a woman considering an abortion. If passed, a woman seeking abortion services at least of a video. Abortion is a deeply personal and complex medical issue. Ultimately, decisions about whether to choose adoption and with the counsel of her doctor or healthcare provider. A woman should have accurate information about all of her options. Information which should support the woman, help her make a decision for herself, and enable her to take care of her health and well-being. However, Missouri women who have made the decision to have an abortion and have the resources to travel to the only abortion facility in the state endure numerous restrictions once they get there. A woman receives state-scripted counseling that includes medically inaccurate information designed to try to change her mind. After the biased counseling, most women must wait, even if they have traveled many miles and then respond to that 24 hours later before having the Senseless state mandates unnecessarily put women's health at risk. Delaying care based on political and not medical reasons puts women's health at risk. While abortion is a very safe procedure, it is safer if the person is pregnant. It is in cases such as travel, child care, and work arrangements to get to the hospital 72 hours apart, each procedure could be forced later into the pregnancy, posing a senseless risk to women's health. This is not for politicians to decide. Implicit in this bill is the unfounded assumption that women who decide to have an abortion don't consider their decision. The reasons women decide to have an abortion are complicated. One thing that's certain is women don't turn to politicians for advice about mammograms, prenatal care, or cancer treatments. And politicians have no business in women's personal medical decisions about her pregnancy. For nearly 100 years, Planned Parenthood has promoted a common-sense approach to women's health and well-being based on respect for each individual's right to make informed, independent decisions about health, sex, and family planning. Planned Parenthood health centers provide a wide range of safe, reliable health care, and more than 90% is preventive primary care, which helps prevent unintended pregnancies through contraception, reduce the spread of sexually transmitted infections through testing and treatment, and screen for cervical and other cancers. Many things can happen in pregnancy. We cannot presume to know what is best for a woman and her circumstances. A woman should not be blocked from the care she decides is best for her and her family. Take, for instance, Dana's story. In a piece she wrote that was published in the Baltimore Sun, she describes the story of her second pregnancy. In December 2009, she wrote, "This past July, I was happily pregnant and eagerly expecting the arrival of our second child. For nearly 8 months, I have been leveling my baby in utero and explaining to our 2.5-year-old son that he was going to be my big brother. Never in my worst nightmare did I imagine I would need to have an abortion, and certainly not late term. At my 28th sonogram, the ventricles in our baby's brain measured a little elevated, and I was sick for further testing. 2 weeks later, I had an MRI, and my worst nightmare was realized. The baby was missing a main piece of the brain. The part that connects the right and left hemispheres literally wasn't there. Additionally, the surface of the brain was malformed and severely underdeveloped. Despite all of my prenatal care testing, this was not detected until I was 7.5 months along, and no amount of surgery or physical therapy could change this horrific diagnosis. We learned that our baby would have had ongoing seizures and would lack the physical coordination to suck, swallow, feed, walk, talk, or know its environment, if it survived being born. The sonogram already showed the baby was not swallowing, and in hindsight, I believe the constant movements of the baby were the result of spasms caused by brain abnormalities. If we had carried our baby to term, we would have needed a resuscitation order in place before the birth, as our child would have been incapable of living without significant medical assistance. We did not want our child's existence to depend solely on feeding tubes and machines. We did not want to bring a child into this world who would only be here in a vegetative state, never knowing his or her big brother or parents. For this child, for our son, and for our family, my husband and I made the heartbreaking decision to terminate. We did the most loving, humane act a parent could do, put an end to our baby's suffering. I was too far along in my pregnancy to obtain care in Maryland, so my husband and I had to travel to Colorado, to one of a handful of facilities in the U.S. that provide later abortion care. Our upfront medical expenses totaled $17,500, and that doesn't include the additional costs we incurred for our cross-country travel. Although I was told that my insurance does cover abortion, I am still waiting to hear whether my insurance carrier will reimburse me for any of my care. Dana was writing her story in the midst of debate over whether women should have access to insurance coverage for abortion. The comments about denying care are even more compelling when care is denied because of prohibitions on performing services, such as we are discussing here. Dana wrote, "As I listened to the debate regarding abortion coverage in the proposed healthcare system, I can't help but ask, what about circumstances like mine? How can families, especially federal employees, facing such a terrible prognosis, be omitted from insurance coverage from abortion? The majority of private health insurance plans cover abortion. However, the Federal Employees Health Benefits Program prohibits coverage of abortion except in cases of rape, incest, or life endangerment. This policy forces federal employees and their dependents in my situation to pay out of pocket for abortion care. To be forced to carry to term because of lack of financial coverage is beyond cruel. The week between learning the devastating diagnosis and when I terminated was agonizing. The movement that for months had brought me such joy and reassurance was an excruciating reminder of what was never going to be. To force women to endure this for several more weeks and give birth because of lack of medical coverage is outrageous. I am writing today for all of the women who are too fearful or made to feel ashamed to put on a face to abortion. I'm writing today for all the women who, like me just 5 months ago, never imagined they would need the help of an abortion. And I'm writing today on behalf of my child, who I know is in a much better place and no longer suffering. This is Dana's story as published in the Baltimore Sun. The article is titled, "My Abortion Anguish. Why Should Women Who Need Them Have to Leave the State and Pay Thousands of Dollars?" For another example, listen to a story from Christy in Virginia. These are Christy's own words. It was October of 2002. I was 31 years old and was married with a 20-month-old daughter named Miranda. My husband and I had decided it was time to give Miranda a baby brother or baby sister. I didn't want the age gap between Miranda and her future sibling to be any more than 2 or 3 years. I wanted her to grow up as close to her siblings as I had been with my sisters. I finished up my pack of birth control pills early that month and was planning to chart my cycles for a couple of months before actively trying to conceive in January. By mid-November, I had completed one normal cycle and had begun charting my second and final cycle before gearing up to begin actively trying to conceive in January. During the latter part of that second cycle, I felt a strange tightening feeling in my stomach one day while exercising. Since I had been charting my cycle, I was pregnancy tests. Some certainty whether I was pregnant or not. I took the test. It was positive. I was so shocked since we hadn't even actively planned to get pregnant yet. Our second baby was coming. The morning of my 20-week ultrasound was filled with excitement and anticipation. My husband came with me to see if we were going to be giving Miranda a baby brother or a baby sister. Like most parents, to determine the gender. As he and I sat in the waiting room, he teased me about the fact that females tend to run in my family. I had 2 sisters, 2 stepsisters, 3 nieces, 2 stepnieces, and 1 daughter. He was so confused tossing around possible names. We had decided then and there that Madison. We were called back to the ultrasound room, where, for the most part, everything seemed to be fine. The ultrasound technician asked if we wanted to know the gender of our baby, and we enthusiastically said yes. It was another girl. We were so excited to be giving Miranda a baby sister. I assumed that the technician was wrapping things up and taking some final pictures when she asked us to remain in the room for a minute and then walked out. 5 minutes later, she returned with one of the other OBGYNs from the practice who explained to us that the technician couldn't get a clear enough picture of the baby's heart. She explained to us that we would need to do a maternal fetal medicine specialist the following day for a level 2 ultrasound to look at the baby's heart and also to look at the baby's spine, which appeared a bit abnormal. We were shocked and bewildered that anything was potentially wrong with our baby. We left with a script in hand for an appointment the next day to evaluate fetal heart and spine. I called my mom, who lived in a different state, as soon as we got home from the ultrasound appointment. I mustered all the enthusiasm I could to tell her that the all-female streak in our family was being continued. But then I broke down and sobbed that something might be wrong with the baby's heart. The following day was Good Friday. Our appointment with the perinatologist was at 11 a.m. My husband and I dropped Miranda off at a babysitter and proceeded to the office. As we sat in the waiting room, I was naively unaware of the significance of Madison's health problems. We knew that something might be wrong with her heart and her spine, but assumed that they could be fixed. As the technician performed the level 2 ultrasound, the room was tense, dark, and eerily quiet. She took numerous pictures of Madison from the top of her head to the tips of her toes. At one point during the ultrasound, the technician typed on the screen, "diaphragm hernia." I had no idea what that meant, but assumed that if the baby had a hernia, it could also be easily fixed. After about 45 minutes of taking pictures of our baby, the technician very quietly left the room. The doctor came in about 10 minutes later. He introduced himself, shook our hands, and then immediately said, "Your baby is very sick." Those 5 words would change everything. He proceeded to tell us that Madison had what was called a left-sided congenital diaphragmatic hernia. For some unknown reason, her diaphragm never closed properly around 8 weeks gestation, and as a result, her stomach and intestines had migrated into her chest cavity. The extra organs in her chest had prevented her lungs from growing. Her trachea and esophagus were pushed out of their normal position, and her heart was pushed over into her right armpit. Her heart seemed to be okay for the most part, though it was in the wrong place in her chest, was twisted around almost backwards, and I would later read in a formal report that her heart did have possible outflow abnormalities. But her heart wasn't the primary area of concern. It was the lack of lungs that was the critical factor. As long as Madison was inside of me and her blood was getting oxygenated from the placenta, she would be okay. However, once she was born and the umbilical cord was cut, she wouldn't be able to breathe on her own. Even a ventilator couldn't help her if there wasn't enough lung tissue to inflate. We were devastated by all of the things the doctor was telling us. I'm sure that some things he said to us that day went right over my head. I was in a total fog once he told us how sick Madison was. It all seemed like a bad, bad dream, and I wanted desperately to wake up. The doctor asked me to get dressed and come into his office so that we could talk some more. Once my husband and I were in his office, he told us that Madison's hernia was one of the worst he had ever seen. He showed us a medical reference book that included a diagram of a diaphragmatic hernia. He then mentioned the option of termination to us. I believe he called it interruption. But I was not fully convinced yet that our situation would warrant that. I still had an iota of faith that Madison's problems could somehow be fixed. It was a combination of denial and naivety. I asked him if most parents with CDH diagnoses terminate the pregnancy, and he said that many of them do. At that point, we were 20 weeks and 5 days along. Given the laws in our state, we would have 3 weeks and 1 day to decide whether we wanted to interrupt the pregnancy or not. The doctor told us that if we wanted a surgical termination, a dilation and extraction, or D&E, he could refer us to someone. And if I wanted a induced labor termination, my own OB could perform it. It was a Friday afternoon, so the doctor told us to think about everything over the weekend and call him back on Monday. I left the office that day unsure of what would happen next. It was Easter weekend, and I tried my best to remain cheerful and upbeat for Miranda. But inside, I was dying. I spent endless hours on our home computer researching CDH, researching lung development, and researching experimental procedures of in utero repairs. I started posting on an internet message board for families of children with CDH. I talked online to many of moms of kids with CDH. Some of them had children who survived. Some of them had children who didn't survive. Over that weekend, I would wake up several times in the middle of the night to get back on the computer and do more researching. I was looking for anything to give me hope that my Madison might be okay. I was clinging to the overall 50% survival rate for CDH, hoping that my Madison would be one of those survivors. Over that weekend, my husband and I repeatedly discussed the options of termination versus carrying to term. We literally went back and forth about 20 times as to whether we would continue the pregnancy or not. We finally decided that we needed more information in order to feel comfortable making a decision either way. Monday morning came, and my husband and I called the doctor we had met with on Friday and asked him to set up a second opinion level 2 ultrasound for us. We were scheduled for one the next day. We went to the scan and found this doctor to be very kind and accommodating toward us. He was very helpful and very considerate, taking his time with the scan and making sure that we understood everything he was explaining. Unfortunately, his medical opinion conflicted with the opinion of the first doctor, that our Madison had a very good chance of CDH. He explained to us that, although the overall survival rate was 50%, the survival rate drops significantly if CDH is found before 24 weeks, which ours was. He told us that Madison's chances of making it to term were 10 to 15%. He told us that if she lived her childhood, she would immediately put on extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, heart and lung bypass machine, and that she would need to be on it for quite some time. I had learned about ECMO from my internet research and knew that extended use of it could lead to blindness, hearing loss, and potential brain damage from brain bleeds. We walked out of the second opinion ultrasound knowing what we had to do. We didn't want Madison to suffer for even one more second. and we didn't want Miranda to see her baby sister suffer in a body that was too sick to perform the most basic bodily function, breathing. We didn't have any family in the area to help us out if we had chosen to continue the pregnancy, and I was certain that all of the technology in the world couldn't help my Madison anyway. Lung transplants are not done with newborns. I also felt there was a reason that we found out about her CDH so early instead of at birth when many parents do. I knew that I needed to trust my instincts and follow my heart. As much as I didn't want to say goodbye to my baby, I knew that I had to. For the previous 5 months, every piece of food that I ate, every bit of exercise that I trudged through, and every wink of sleep that I got were to nurture her to grow and develop. I had bonded with this little baby and had so many hopes and dreams for her. She was to complete our family, and now I would have to let her go. We called my OB when we got home that day and asked her to schedule us for a labor and delivery termination. I chose L&D because I desperately needed to see my baby girl. I needed to kiss her sweet face and hold her tiny hands in mine. I had to see her just one time. My OB's office was able to call my insurance company for the necessary pre-approvals for my induction and hospitalization. I didn't realize at the time it was even a possibility my termination wouldn't be covered by my medical insurance. 80%. My induction was scheduled to begin 2 days later, on Thursday evening. I was to deliver Madison in the exact same hospital where 2 years earlier I had delivered my daughter Miranda. Thursday afternoon I had to leave Miranda in the care of a neighbor so that my husband could come with me to the hospital to get checked in. My mom and sister were set to fly into town later that evening to help us with Miranda and to provide us with much needed emotional support. Once I got to the hospital, we walked into the labor and delivery room near the end of the hallway. I'm assuming that was for my benefit, because I wanted to hear from the other laboring moms-to-be and their newborns. I was immediately hooked into an IV drip of Pitocin. My OB came and inserted 8 sticks into my cervix to begin the dilation process. I had asked my OB and the nurse if it would be possible to check for Madison's heartbeat periodically with a Doppler so that I would have some idea of when they passed, and she agreed. My mom arrived at the hospital at about 8 o'clock p.m., just in time to say hello and to hear her newest grandmother's baby for the first and last time. I said it was her ending, so I sent my mom and husband and sister. I didn't think that anything was going to happen with my labor during the nighttime anyway, so I figured they might as well go home and get some rest. The laminaria didn't do much to relieve my symptoms. After inserting, she told me that it would need to be replaced every 4 to 6 hours until I dilated adequately. For a tiny baby like mine, that would mean only 6 centimeters or so. It made me pretty ill. I had persistent vomiting and diarrhea for the next 4 or 5 hours. I thank God for the wonderful night shift nurse who took care of me, because I know that it was no fun to care for me during these hours. It was not pleasant at night, and I got very, if little, sleep. My OB returned at about 8 o'clock a.m. and inserted another suppository. At that point, I was still only about 2 centimeters dilated. I had the nurse check again for Madison's heartbeat, and it was still there, as strong as ever. The suppository that my OB inserted seemed to do the trick. I started getting very painful and very strong contractions about 3 minutes after the insertion. I asked the nurse for an epidural at that time, about 8:20 a.m., but unfortunately the anesthesiologist was tied up in a C-section delivery and couldn't break away to help me. When my mom and husband arrived at the hospital at about 8:40 a.m., I was in agonizing pain. The nurse tried to alleviate it with hips, but it didn't. The only way to get out was after my water broke at about 8:45 a.m. The nurse said that I was about 3 centimeters and Madison's heart was pounding. My OB was immediately paid quickly by Madison People at 9:04 a.m. on April 25th, 2003. My second daughter, Madison, was born exactly 2 years, 2 months, 2 weeks, and 2 days after my first daughter, Miranda. My OB checked for a heartbeat on Madison, but couldn't find one. She then placed Madison on my chest and cut the umbilical cord. I could feel my sweet baby's skin against my own. She was so warm and moist, just the way a new baby should feel. The nurse wiped her off a bit, wrapped her in the receiving blanket, and gave her back to me. Here was my sweet baby girl. Holding her in my arms was a bit surreal. She was so very tiny, but seemingly perfect. She looked like a peacefully sleeping angel with her hands crossed over her chest. I examined every inch of her little body, from the top of her head to her tippy toes. She was absolutely beautiful. She had whispery, soft blonde eyelashes and eyebrows. About 30 minutes after her birth, the hospital chaplain came to my room and said a prayer over Madison. He offered comforting words to ensure that we knew our sweet angel was in heaven with Jesus. We kept Madison with us for a little over 2 hours. In that time, I experienced a sweet I was so focused on her and cherishing the limited time that I had with her that I didn't want it clouded with tears. At the same time, I was so exhausted and homesick for her birthday. I didn't want to remember her that way. I wanted to remember her as she was firstborn, pink and warm and beautiful. A couple of weeks after saying goodbye to Madison, I started to receive bills in the mail from the hospital, from my OB's office, from the doctor's office, from the pathologist's office. Because my insurance plan covered 80% of the expenses, I was only required to pay approximately $2,000. If my insurance had not covered my termination-related expenses, it would have cost us approximately $15,000. At this point, we were right in the middle of construction on our first house. Any savings we had accumulated were already put towards the house. If we had been stuck with a $15,000 bill, it would have left us financially devastated on top of our emotional devastation. It has been almost 8 years since we said goodbye to Madison. I still think of her daily and cherish the short time that we had together. The emotional healing was difficult at times, with setbacks often coming when I least expected them. But I can say with confidence that I have peace in my heart that I chose what was best for her. I know that if we were to be put in the exact same situation today, I wouldn't choose any differently. When given the choice between having a guaranteed clear conscience or being able to prevent my child from suffering, I chose to prevent my child from suffering. Over the years since losing Madison, I have been searching for the silver lining in the dark clouds that have filled me. I have been finding ways to turn my loss into something positive to honor Madison's memory. I participate in the March of Dimes, March for Babies, every year to help raise funds and awareness for early I'm in my own chapter of a volunteer group which knits or crochets baby blankets to donate to bereaved mothers in hospitals and clinics. I'm a volunteer host of an internet message board for women who have terminated a pregnancy for medical reasons. I try my best to make sure that those who have chosen to terminate for medical reasons never feel alone or unsupported. I have since gone on to have another healthy baby, yes, a girl. She is my rainbow baby. Through the clouds and the rain, she came and brought light and color back into my life. At a time in my life when I was terrified of being in that vulnerable state of pregnancy again, she came along and helped me to see how truly blessed my life was. I simply adore her and treasure her spunky personality. Watching her play in the backyard with Miranda, eat popsicles on her front porch in the summertime, and sleep in the room that was to be Madison's is bittersweet at times. It's a simple truth that she wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the decision my husband and I made to let her big sister Madison go. I know that Madison watches over her sisters, her dad, and me from above, and I know in my heart that I will be reunited with my middle daughter someday. For another heartbreaking story about the many things that can happen in pregnancy, I might remind you of Danielle Deaver's story. Let me read you an article from the Filibuster published in March of 2020. I was one of the first states to pass a 20-week ban, and Danielle's story shows how cruel that law is. Would have stood on her head in a freezer if she could have saved her baby's life. Parents do that kind of thing. But extreme measures wouldn't have mattered for the Grand Island, Nebraska woman and the child she carried last year. That baby was doomed when Deaver's water broke the day after the It was a new Nebraska abortion law, though, that turned an unbearable situation into one that Deaver friend Rob called torturous. The Devers have gone public with their story in hopes of helping other families, including those in Iowa and other states where lawmakers are considering following Nebraska's lead. Deaver had 4 months to go in her pregnancy when she lost most of the amniotic fluid that cushions the fetus and helps its development, she said in an interview on Sunday. Doctors told the Devers the loss of fluid stopped the baby's lung development and would lead to deformities of the head and limbs. Their baby was given less than a 10% chance of surviving delivery, less than a 2% chance of ever managing basic functions like eating. The odds were awful, Danielle Deaver said. It just wasn't there. But devastating as that blow had been, what followed turned out to be at least as excruciating. The Devers thought over the possibilities and made a decision. They didn't want to continue putting their unborn baby through what they feared was agony, so they asked the doctors to induce labor early. We were seeking to have the inevitable happen, Danielle Deaver said. We in no way, shape, or fashion were seeking an abortion. But they were soon told that Nebraska abortion law stood in their way. The law, which took effect in October, bans abortion at 20 weeks after fertilization, a point chosen because some experts say it is when a fetus can feel pain. Previous state law followed the standards set by the U.S. Supreme Court. It banned abortions after a fetus could survive outside the womb, typically about 22 weeks after fertilization. The new law permits abortions in the later months of pregnancy only to protect the woman's life or prevent major physical problems. In the eyes of the law, giving medication to induce labor at that stage of pregnancy would be considered an abortion. Since Deaver was healthy and the baby still had a heartbeat, they didn't fit the exemptions in the law. Specialists at the University of Nebraska Medical Center and the couple's primary care doctor in Hastings, Nebraska, agreed that they could risk their medical license and prison time if they did the procedure, so the Deavers were sent home to wait. Danielle Deaver was told to watch for signs of infection, a potential complication of losing amniotic fluid, and she agonized every time she felt the baby move, knowing that the child no longer had any protection from the uterine muscles. I told Rob I didn't know what to pray for, she recalled. But do I pray for a miracle, or do I pray that I get sick enough that we can end this? Deaver finally went into labor on her own on December 7th. The baby, named Elizabeth, was born the next day at 3 p.m., weighing 1 pound, 10 ounces. The Deavers took turns holding her while she gasped for air, but her undeveloped lungs would not inflate, and no ventilator could have made a difference. Elizabeth was pronounced dead at 3:15 p.m. The Deavers cremated her and had a family service. Recently, they decided to speak out about their experience in the hope of making a difference for other families in similar situations. They have not decided whether to mount a legal challenge to the Nebraska law. We should have been able to make this decision, Danielle Deaver said. This was not about abortion or politics or anything. This was about two parents being able to make an excruciating decision. Rob Deaver said he doesn't believe Nebraska lawmakers considered all the possibilities when they passed last year's law. And the couple are urging lawmakers in other states to slow down before following in Nebraska's footsteps. Bills mirroring this first-of-its-kind law in Nebraska have been introduced in the Iowa Legislature, where they have been referred to committees. Similar measures are pending in Kansas, Idaho, Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, and other states. Speaker of the legislature, Mike Flood of Norfolk, who introduced the Nebraska bill, said the Deaver story is similar to other difficult situations that lawmakers were told about when considering the legislation. His support for the law has not wavered. Even in these situations where a baby has a terminal condition, there is still a life, Flood said. That life is worth protecting. Julie Schmidt-Albin, executive director of Nebraska Right to Life, also continues to support the law. Isn't it more humane for the baby to die in a loving manner with comfort, care, in the arms of her parents than by the intentional, painful death through abortion? She asked. I yield the mic.
Hi, my name is Megan Parker, and I'm a Missouri woman, and I'm here to speak out against these anti-choice bills, anti-women's health bills, specifically the 72-hour wait period that would cause harm to women's health all across Missouri and cause undue burden for women who are seeking safe and legal abortion care. To continue on the story where we left off, but Jill June, President and CEO of the Des Moines-based Planned Parenthood of the Heartland, said the law damaged both Danielle Deaver and her baby. She said Deaver was forced to risk her own health and endure mental anguish while the fetus also had to suffer. Dr. Leroy Carhart, who runs the abortion and contraceptive clinic of Bellevue, said he had predicted there would be cases such as the Deavers under the new law. He said he has had to refer other women out of state for later term abortions. Danielle Deaver said the law is too unyielding. The outcome of my pregnancy, that choice was made by God, she said. How to handle the end of my pregnancy, the choice should have been mine. And it wasn't because of law. My decision to terminate. Across the country, legislators are stepping up attacks on the right to safe legal abortion. If one of the new abortion laws in Arkansas had been passed last year, my abortion would have been. While politicians in Little Rock may act like they know what is best for me and my family, I know from personal experience that they do not. It was the day of my 20-week ultrasound, and my husband and I were so happy and excited to find out our baby's sex. We had already chosen possible names, and we went shopping at the baby store right before the appointment. We sat down in front of the ultrasound and immediately found out it was a little girl. The thought of my husband and I holding our future daughter's hand made me so happy I cried. It wasn't till we were finished with the ultrasound and sitting in the waiting room for the doctor that I saw my husband's expression of concern. He had opted for every screening test available, and were assured by each one that our baby was healthy. So it never occurred to me that our pregnancy would not be normal. However, the first words the doctor were said, I'm very concerned. As a surgical nurse, I know those words are reserved for when something is very wrong. I felt terrified, lost, and was in complete shock. We were sent to a high-risk fetal specialist the next day, and a more detailed ultrasound confirmed the worst. Our baby had fatal occipital and meaning most of her brain was on the outside of her skull. However, it got worse. The fluid in the brain, they have also called hollow process, where the brain did not divide or develop properly, in addition to serious defects in her heart, kidneys, and limbs. The screening tests we found so reassuring earlier in the pregnancy had in fact been a false negative. I've never cried so hard. When the specialist was finished explaining the specific complications, we asked about the prognosis. Her answer was, I've never seen symptoms this severe. There is no chance this baby will survive to term. The genetic counselor discussed every option available to us in depth. One option was to continue the pregnancy until our baby died in her own time. After many serious talks with the doctor and delivery nurses in our family, we knew that continuing the pregnancy was not an option we could emotionally bear. Furthermore, it was not the moral thing to do for our child. We did not take this decision lightly. It was not until after the delivery that we could allow ourselves to fully grieve for our loss.
May I inquire, my fellow Missourians?
I yield the mic.
Thank you.
Switch to end.
Hi. Okay, great. So this is Mevi with Women's Voices Raised for Social Justice, and you may have noticed that it's a little windy out here. And so since we are women and we are filibustering, we're now women filibustering on the move to get out of the wind. So I don't know if people have seen a filibuster in Missouri, but very often legislators go on for hours and hours, and as the legislature is considering legislation that would delay a woman's time she has to wait, from tripling it from 24 to 72 hours, outrage women in Missouri to representing the perspective we think they need inside the building, outside the building. So that is what we're doing. And now hopefully doing it with less wind. Occasionally, in Missouri legislators will inquire of one another. You may have heard some inquiries going on and some yielding of the floor from one legislator to another. That's a common occurrence in filibusters or discussions in the Missouri Legislature, the Missouri Senate specifically. And so occasionally we'll have speakers go back and forth talking to one another about this really important issue from the perspective of the women of Missouri. And we didn't just come out here today. We have been building up all legislative session. There have been over 30 bills filed hostile to women's health, and all the while, hours and hours, countless hours, spent moving those pieces of legislation while 300,000 Missourians await health care coverage through Medicaid expansion, which the legislature has not taken serious movement on. But we have till Friday to both stop this anti-women's health legislation and to advance Medicaid expansion. So the women of Missouri are getting together for, speaking of those 30 plus bills, my friend Carolyn just this is what they look like. 30 plus all the legislation that the legislature has been acting on and moving while not acting or advancing or finalizing Medicaid expansion. So that's what we're here talking now out of the wind about. It's less than 72 hours. I'm not sure how many hours it is left, but I'm going to go ahead and yield to my fellow woman Missourian filibuster, Megan, to pick up where we left off. Thank you for your patience as we move. Here you go. I didn't do anything. Okay. Yeah. That's a great idea. Yeah. Here, I'll do that while you.
Would I make this decision again if given the same circumstances? Yes, because it was the right thing to do. My decision to terminate my pregnancy was deeply personal. In Arkansas, the states across the country, politicians are pushing bills that deny women the right to make private health care decisions. I don't wish for any other family to experience what we went through, but other women in my position should certainly have all safe medical options available to her. My hope is that by sharing my story, it will change a legislature's mind. Such a deeply personal medical decision for the family and her doctor, not the whims of politicians. By Abby Sanders. Now are some Planned Parenthood stories from Missourians. In 2014, the Missouri Legislature is considering over 30 bills hostile to women's health. Many of the bills take aim at the state's only abortion provider, Planned Parenthood. Since the legislature is so interested in Planned Parenthood, I wanted to spend my time at the Women's Filibuster sharing with you what Missourians say about Planned Parenthood. Remember, over 90% of what Planned Parenthood does is provide preventative health care like birth control, breast exams, cancer screenings and treatment, sexually transmitted disease testing and treatment, as well as comprehensive sex education to teens and parents. So let's hear what Planned Parenthood patients have to say at today's Women's Filibuster. I am a single middle-aged mother. I didn't have medical insurance, and Planned Parenthood took care of my medical needs and birth control, whether or not I could pay for it. They also referred me to Missouri uninsured women's Medicaid, which now I have been on for over a year. Without Planned Parenthood, I would probably have unwanted kids and be on food stamps and welfare. Thank you, Planned Parenthood. I am 31 years old, and I have been coming here since I was 16. Through ups and downs in life financially, I have always been thankful and lucky to be seen at this clinic. I have come back when I gained health insurance, just to pay back what I couldn't pay before. Now at this time in my life, I am uninsured and a full-time college student. Once again, I will get health insurance after my career is complete and come back to repay the clinic. Thank you. God bless this place. I have no insurance, and without Planned Parenthood, I would have no access to service. I can't afford birth control. Planned Parenthood helps me with my birth control. I have 50 kids and on assistance. I can't afford the kids I could have without birth control. I get my yearly exams here as well. That's important to me because I have cervical cancer. Because of Planned Parenthood, I can get the health checkups and tests I need for cancer. If Planned Parenthood were not here, I couldn't afford a doctor because I have no insurance even though I work 40 hours a week. Thanks to Planned Parenthood, my granddaughter has learned to make healthier decisions about her life. You guys rock. You provide her with excellent care without judgment. I came in at 17 with no one else to turn to, pregnant. Planned Parenthood gave me options and was very supportive. I have had care for 6 years in reduced cost birth control and yearly visits. I do not have insurance, so without Planned Parenthood, I may have had more children at a young age. But with Planned Parenthood, I've been able to get mine and my daughter's lives ready before another. Thank you. The staff is so kind, and I never feel uncomfortable. They provide my birth control at an affordable price. I have told all my friends and family members about Planned Parenthood. If they didn't go based on your income, then I wouldn't be able to afford the expense that's needed for the care here. They are very understanding. I wish they were local, closer to where I live. Without health insurance, it's hard to get that care that you need. When I went to college, my dad could no longer afford health insurance. Planned Parenthood has helped me out through college so I can maintain good female health and so that I can control my abnormalities. Thank you. Planned Parenthood has prevented me from developing ovarian cancer by providing me with birth controls, which otherwise I could not afford. Thank you so much for your kind, gentle care. I am very scared, but every time I encounter a staff member, I feel comfortable and safe. Times like these require incredible people. Thank you for being there. Planned Parenthood gave my daughter a chance to choose not to become a mother at 16 years old. The emotional experience for me as her mother was devastating. I have struggled with the morality of abortion since I was 8 years old. I heard about a baby that was found in a trash can. I started looking at trash cans from that moment on. As a woman, it was my responsibility to use birth control. As a mother, it was my responsibility to protect my child. We must, as a nation, make certain our children have free access to birth control so no more babies die. I am a single parent of 2 boys, ages 6 and 4. I have not been able to get a job and do not qualify for unemployment. Self-pay medical care at a traditional doctor does not allow me to pay utilities or buy groceries without extreme struggle. I found I had an abnormal PAP when I had insurance and was instructed to seek my gyno care every 6 months. Cancer is in my family. I cannot leave this earth and my boys behind in life. I needed affordable care to maintain health and vitality. Planned Parenthood makes that possible with caring, trusted, and professional care. My boyfriend of 4 years ended up cheating on me after I gave him everything. The people at Planned Parenthood were so kind, and I was so scared. He was a good Christian guy and always said bad things about Planned Parenthood. But they saved me, and I'll be forever grateful. They tested me for STDs, and they didn't ask invasive questions. They comforted me when I was crying. They do more good for the world than all the good Christian boys combined. They provide exams, STD testing, and birth control to me based on my income. I'm unemployed at the moment, and without Planned Parenthood, I don't know what I would do right now. All the staff is very helpful, knowledgeable, and friendly. I am very thankful for them and the services they offer. Thank you. I am not judged for my decision to not have children. I am comfortable coming here versus a regular physician or OBGYN. I'm given options to control my future and make my own decisions about my lifestyle choices. I need to have a pap smear as part of preventative health care. I don't have health insurance or regular physician since I am currently unemployed. I am grateful that I can have this medical test at Planned Parenthood. I stand with Planned Parenthood. I am a woman. And they have services that have prevented me from ever needing to make a decision about abortion. I have been receiving services for 20 years at the same Planned Parenthood. I am thankful that I was able to come here and push forward my reproductive rights. I currently have no children and am in a safe relationship with my boys. I love that they ask questions about safe and side sex. I have a master's degree and am so glad that I never got pregnant with a child in my earliest relationship as it was abusive. Keep women's health affordable and available. Thanks. Kansas does some things right. I got pregnant when I was 18. My parents, and my boyfriend was very controlling. Planned Parenthood was the only place I could turn. I was so scared, lonely, and I knew I was not strong enough emotionally to carry a child. It was the hardest thing I have ever had to do, but I know I made the best decision for the child's possibility at a good life and for myself. Planned Parenthood was there when I had no one else, and I'm forever grateful. Planned Parenthood services are important to me because lack of insurance is not a barrier. There are affordable services. It's easy to get employment, and it is a great resource for young women. Planned Parenthood services are important to me because it allows my daughter to have an affordable gynecological care and to have access to birth control to keep her from becoming a statistic. Planned Parenthood is much more than about choice. It's about health. Planned Parenthood has helped me since I was around 15 years old with immense pain during my cycle and regulation. Before their services, I didn't think I had other options, and that being in pain was the only way to be a woman. As I grew older, they became essential in family planning. For many reasons, my husband and I have chosen not to have children, and we wouldn't be able to live the lives we want to without the help and support of Planned Parenthood and their staff. From when I was a young woman to the present, Planned Parenthood has helped me become a healthy and happy person. Their support has been very important in my life. Planned Parenthood helped me discover that I have mild hypothyroidism. I then went to the general practitioner and was diagnosed and treated. Without Planned Parenthood, birth control pill services, I do not know what I would do. I have been using this service for years because of their professionalism and low-cost health care. My job, where I make $8 an hour, offers health insurance, but there is no way I can afford it. When the Planned Parenthood in Lawrence, Kansas closed for good, I had to take time off of work to go to the Overland Park location. I am very grateful for their services. I am a 29-year-old woman who does not want children. It worries me that the government is trying to take away your services from people who desperately need and use them all the time. I have 3 teenage daughters that are the most important people in my life. I have a son too. Although the reason Planned Parenthood services are so important for my daughters is the fact that my insurance does not cover birth control for my children. Planned Parenthood protects my girls so they can make good choices about their reproductive health and have the opportunity to attend college and to pursue a career before starting a family or becoming a burden to society. Pregnancy could be physically crippling permanently. Planned Parenthood provides affordable, safe services and has been integral to maintaining my health. As an American woman, I have the right to decide when and if to have a family. My career is everything to me, and I wouldn't be a chef today if I couldn't have access to proper family planning, health care, and vital information that every modern woman needs. Planned Parenthood is here for my daughter to get affordable birth control, to give her a chance in life to live, and be able to have children when she's ready. I value Planned Parenthood to the fullest and am grateful they're here to help. Thank you. Sarah was great with my blood. She got the vein the first time with no problem, which is very uncommon. Mary Jo was great also, as always, and everyone was very gentle and informative. I do not have the option to get health insurance through my employer. Ensuring I get annual exams gives me great peace of mind I would not have done otherwise. I would not have had otherwise. I am thankful for affordable services Planned Parenthood offers for women like me. They make it affordable and accessible to get checkups to maintain good sexual health. My job currently offers insurance to full-time employees only, so these checkups are very expensive at other doctors. Thank you, Planned Parenthood. A young lady came to me and asked, "Would you take me to Planned Parenthood?" Her child was only 4 months, and I happily said yes. Thank you for being there. It allows young women, actually it allows all women, to have an affordable place to get checked and keep health intact. I am so grateful to have this. As a full-time college student, I cannot afford full-price birth control. Their sliding scale has given me the opportunity to protect myself and be responsible while focusing on my infant career. I'm thankful to government. Is the only way I can afford women's health care. I'm a divorced single mother, and birth control is essential to be able to finish my education and be better able to provide for my child. Behind every number is a human face. Behind every spreadsheet is a mother, a daughter, a family who might have gone without treatment for a disease or would have experienced an unplanned pregnancy if it hadn't been for the doctors and nurses of Planned Parenthood in their community. Planned Parenthood patients across the country have written in to share their stories about how their lives have been changed, sometimes even saved, by a visit to a Planned Parenthood health center. 1 in 5 women in the United States has received care from Planned Parenthood at some time in her life. These are the stories of those women. This state-by-state review of a selection of those personal stories reveals just how deeply Planned Parenthood's work touches people from every walk of life. These are real stories submitted online by real patients in their own words. As a testament to the essential role Planned Parenthood plays in the health of this nation, here is a sampling of what over 100 Missourians have to say in their own words about the role that Planned Parenthood has played in their lives.
I would like to inquire my fellow Missourians.
I yield the mic.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Lauren, and I am a Missouri woman. I stand here today as a Planned Parenthood volunteer and supporter of reproductive justice for all people in Missouri and across the nation. I will begin by reading some of the stories from Planned Parenthood supporters from across Missouri. As a young woman going to school, I was unable to afford health insurance, but I still needed to get my yearly exams and try to figure out why my body was so out of whack. I never had a normal cycle, and I was extremely frustrated as general practitioners never had the time to really find out what was going on. I knew I needed to go to the doctor, and Planned Parenthood made healthcare available to me. Because of my income and not having health insurance, they gave me a break on pricing so I could afford both my appointments and my medications. The nurse practitioners at Planned Parenthood took all my concerns and symptoms into account and helped to regulate my anemia. And because the nurse practitioners are able to spend time really listening to their patients, it was discovered that I have polycystic ovarian syndrome. My PCOS had gone unnoticed for close to 15 years, and it took a Planned Parenthood nurse practitioner to piece together the weight gain, depression, acne, irregular periods, and odd hair growth. Finally, I had my answers. Finally, I had a diagnosis. If it weren't for Planned Parenthood, I would not have been able to take proper care of my health. Another story. My mom took me to Planned Parenthood for classes when I was 11 years old. There I learned in a safe environment what my whole reproductive system was about and what changes I could expect to see in the coming years. It was a way for me to find all the answers I didn't know I needed. and it was a way for my mom to open that door to talk to me about all these things. My daughter is going to be 11 before too long, and I'd like to know that Planned Parenthood will be there for her too. Another story. I worked 2 jobs my entire life since I was 15. I still was never able to afford health insurance or to go to a doctor and pay out of pocket. This means I could not afford to get yearly pap smears or birth control, but Planned Parenthood was always there for me. They were giving affordable exams and birth control. I never did have an unplanned pregnancy, meaning I've never had to, quote, use the system for health insurance for my child, child care assistance, food stamps, or whatever other money the government gives to families who can't afford daily living. Using commonly inflated healthcare premiums, it is unwise to get rid of Planned Parenthood. This will only increase the number of unplanned pregnancies and people living on welfare, not to mention the number of people who do not talk to their children about sex and everything that comes along with it is still surprisingly high. The children of these folks receive no education about these subjects. Thankfully, Planned Parenthood is there to educate them and help them stay safe, clean, and examined. Clearly, educating women and helping them receive these affordable benefits is much cheaper and more effective than taking that away and making them to raise their unplanned families on welfare. Another story. When I was in college and had no regular gyno or place to get tested for STDs, I went to Planned Parenthood. For less than $6 a month, I was able to get birth control. I also got regular checkups, AIDS tests, and STD tests there. I'm thankful that they were there for me since several gynecologists don't take new patients on short notice and have huge copays. Many young adults and people with limited budgets and health care are unable to see doctors at a regular office. Planned Parenthood helps low-income and poor households and catches many diseases before they progress. Many of the people who use these services would rely on emergency rooms or just not see a doctor at all, which is more costly in the long run. Please do not take away this funding. Another story. In my early 30s, I was without health insurance for more than a year. I come from a family that has many problems with their reproductive health, including many types of cancer. I was also in a situation of high risk for disease due to finding out my ex-lover had a very active extracurricular sex life. I'm a college graduate who has had strings of bad luck, but never took my reproductive health for granted. I wanted to have children one day, and Planned Parenthood helped me with affordable appointments and tests. Even when I had health insurance again, I continued with Planned Parenthood for some time. Due to a regular pap smear, they found irregularities that led me to finding out that I had cells that were at risk for turning cancerous. I did acquire a regular doctor at that time, but it was Planned Parenthood who saved my life. I am now 40 and grateful to Planned Parenthood. Another story. My daughter contracted HIV from someone she loved and thought he loved her. She didn't tell me until she was so weak she couldn't take it anymore. If it wasn't for Planned Parenthood, she wouldn't have found out as soon as she did. My daughter passed away 2 years ago, but I don't want another young girl to be out there and not have a chance to be checked and have somewhere to go. Some girls can't go there, can't go to their parents or feel ashamed to face them, and please keep this program available to give our youth a chance. Another story. My mom died at 38 of cervical cancer, and my mom's mom also died at 38 with breast cancer. Cancer runs on both sides of my family. Planned Parenthood helped me so I could get the HPV vaccine and be more protected. I also have 2 kids, and with the help of Planned Parenthood, I can make sure I do not have any more until I am ready. I am grateful for all the help they give. The staff is friendly, and I feel safe there. Please do not keep them from helping people in need. Another story. I was at lunch last week with a close friend from high school. We scheduled the lunch hastily because at the end of March, her National Guard unit will deploy to Kuwait, and then they will go to Afghanistan. She is doing what has been asked of every American citizen, most frequently by the conservative right. She is serving in the military for this country. When she returns in 1 year, she will go back to attending college to become a psychologist. My 21-year-old friend hopes to work with children who are placed in juvenile correction facilities. She is doing what every man and woman in this country is asked to do. And when she couldn't afford a pap smear and STI screening mandated by the American military once a year and before deployment, she turned to Planned Parenthood. It would be a travesty if this type of testing would no longer be available to those who really need it. Another story. In these times of economic struggle, Planned Parenthood has played a crucial role in helping out quite a few of my close friends who have either lost their jobs and didn't get any sort of benefits from their current employers. Planned Parenthood helps them receive the proper well woman exams essential for women's health. Many of my friends also rely on the birth control pill prescriptions to regulate otherwise excruciating menstrual periods. This has helped them by not having to miss work due to extremely painful cramping, which was something that would happen on a regular basis if not for medical condition, thus cutting down on missed days of work and school. Planned Parenthood has given these lovely women a better quality of life. Please do not take that away from them. Another story. Planned Parenthood was the only place I could rely on for cancer screening and birth control when I was uninsured. Not only would a doctor's office not accept me as a patient with no insurance, I could not have afforded it. There is such a huge misconception about what Planned Parenthood stands for. Every person has the right to make decisions about their own health, and we cannot afford to lose Planned Parenthood. Another story. I have been a client at Planned Parenthood for approximately a year now. When I recently got married, I lost insurance through my parents, so I had to do without until open enrollment came around at my job. I had no way to afford to go to the doctor to get my regular well woman's exam or my birth control. Planned Parenthood was great about everything. They are always nice and willing to talk about anything with me. There are so many different options for birth control for me, and I am able to get any type of screening that I need. I trust Planned Parenthood for all of my women's exams. I stand with Planned Parenthood, and I would appreciate it if you all would too. Another story. I took a pregnancy test at home, and after 4 years of trying, there was finally a positive sign in the window. I was excited and scared and totally unsure of what to do next. Due to the nature of my job, I needed a definitive answer about the and told me my due date. That was one of the best moments of my life, and I was glad to hear happen. Another story. I was job and pregnant with no health insurance, and I could not get health insurance without visiting a doctor. It seems counterintuitive to me. You have to go to a doctor when you don't have health insurance in order to prove that you need health insurance. I can go that not charged doctors sign off on the fact that it was Planned Parenthood. Without them, I could not have had a healthy pregnancy, and now a happy and healthy 5-year-old daughter. Planned Parenthood is the one that helped me not get put on the pill and screen for breast cancer, but they found the cervical cancer that my mom had at stage 2. Without Planned Parenthood, I would not be so knowledgeable about pregnancy, HIV, STDs. They never discriminated against me money to pay. Instead, they helped me get insurance and showed me the different things that could help better my life. Planned Parenthood has also helped out They're a good organization that saves millions of teens every year from getting pregnant, getting STDs, or other horrible illnesses. The staff at Planned Parenthood was the nicest to me and always has been. Any questions I have, they answered immediately. They made me feel safe and allowed me to know that if I needed someone to talk to, they were always there to explain anything I didn't understand. Another story. When my wife was pregnant with our daughter, it was Planned Parenthood that helped us secure a room in a good hospital at a very reasonable cost. Otherwise, my wife and I were going to go to the emergency room when her water broke. Planned Parenthood helped us have our child with dignity and assurance from the nurses and doctors. Please don't cut their funding. Thank you. Another story. My name is Megan, and Planned Parenthood has been there for me at a time when I did not have health care. As a college student, I was employed only part-time and had no health insurance. I frequently get urinary tract infections that require antibiotics, or else they would become a horrible kidney infection that could be life-threatening. Planned Parenthood in Columbia offers medical care to women on a sliding scale basis. I was able to see the nurse practitioner at Planned Parenthood for free and get much needed prescriptions for antibiotics so that my bladder infections did not spread to my kidneys. I was able to get this basic health care regardless of my ability to pay, without having to go into hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of debt. Thank you, Planned Parenthood. Another story. I unexpectedly became pregnant almost 2 years ago. Not having insurance or any idea what to do, I went to Planned Parenthood for a free pregnancy test to make sure and received all the information on all of my choices. They explained that I could be covered under Medicaid and gave me clear directions with whatever I chose to do. A year and a half later, I have a beautiful baby girl, the love of my life. Planned Parenthood is so great for anyone who needs their services. I know many friends who depend on the birth control. They get there because they don't have insurance and would not be able to receive it elsewhere. Planned Parenthood is a great thing. Another story. I was 20 years old, very likely pregnant, and so scared that I had not told a soul. I was living on campus, 500 miles away from family, 800 miles away from my boyfriend. I had heard about Planned Parenthood from friends who had been there for birth control. I got on a bus and went downtown. I remember the staff in that clinic as kind and non-judgmental. It was a warm, caring, respectful place. A nurse, full of concern, sat and talked quietly with me, gave me the news, and asked if I knew what I wanted to do. For me, there was no decision to make. I was having a baby. My daughter has been the best thing in a life full of many good things. I will always support Planned Parenthood. For me, it is about another 20-year-old girl in the future, maybe my daughter or my granddaughter, feeling very alone and needing a place to go where she will be treated with dignity and respect to make a life decision that is best for her. Another story. I was diagnosed with HPV in 2006. I ended up having a knee procedure. I was told by my doctor that I had to have frequent follow-ups because those cells were precancerous. Shortly after this, I ended up losing my job and health insurance. I went without those follow-ups for well over a year. I decided to go to Planned Parenthood for a follow-up. They were kind and supportive. They gave me the best possible medical care at a deeply discounted rate. I ended up testing negative on that visit. That helped my spirits too. If Planned Parenthood had not existed, I would not have anywhere to turn. What if the cells had returned and progressed? Who would treat me then? Another story. Planned Parenthood has provided me with gynecological exams, STI testing, birth control, and valuable information since I became sexually active at 18. As a result, I can proudly say that I am, and always have been, STI negative, and I have never been pregnant because I was well informed and able to protect myself by practicing safe sex for the past 14 years. I continue to go to Planned Parenthood for my OBGYN appointments and birth control because I trust the practitioners and like knowing that I'm funding an organization that provides such valuable services for others in my community. Opponents of Planned Parenthood fixate on the fact that it is an abortion provider, but neglect the fact that they also provide the information and the means necessary to avoid abortion. If legislators take away this valuable community resource, I have no doubt we will see teen pregnancy and STI rates rise. This will, without a doubt, have an extremely negative impact on our communities. By taking away these services, you are punishing young women and depriving them of the ability to take care of themselves and their bodies. Many young women with prorated fees are the only way they can monitor their health and doctors are simply too expensive. I know that was certainly the case for me when I was a college and graduate student. Being able to control my fertility allowed me to complete those degrees, and now to pursue a law degree, which I never would have been able to do had I become seriously ill with an STI or had a child earlier in my teens or 20s. Another story. When I returned to my hometown after leaving an abusive relationship, I had no job, no insurance, no doctor, and no way of making certain that my ex-fiancé, who had given me an STD in the past, hadn't given me something else along the way. I contacted but scheduled an appointment and was able to get in quickly and without fuss. The staff was kind, non-judgmental, answered all my questions. The doctor before my exam was extremely intelligent and listened to my story, gave me suggestions if I had more questions, where to find advice and counseling for abuse survivors, and had my results within a few weeks. I constantly recommend Planned Parenthood to all my friends who also have questions, limited income, no insurance, or need counseling advice. Another story. Planned Parenthood was the only resource I had during college for sex education and women's wellness screenings. It was through Planned Parenthood that I was able to receive affordable pap smears and breast exams. This organization is about women's health, not just abortion. Another story. I went to Planned Parenthood when I was in my early 20s for health screenings and birth control pills. Planned Parenthood prevented an abortion because if I would have gotten pregnant, I would have immediately gotten an abortion. Planned Parenthood is just that, allowing women to plan when they will have children. It makes sense to prevent women from having access to contraceptives. Another story. I am 40 years old. I found a lump in my left breast. The lump was not life-threatening. Thank you, you helped lift a great burden. Another story. I am a 32-year-old who has been getting exams and my birth control pills here at Planned Parenthood for 9 years. The lower cost helped me to be able to be responsible and stay healthy. I think the state should be supportive financially to such a great organization that helps so many. Another story. Thank goodness for Planned Parenthood. The lower cost, kindness, support, and effort to help women get and stay healthy is unmatched by any other organization. Been coming here for years. Please keep up the wonderful work. Another story. I'm here today with my daughter. My husband and I believe in educating our young people, empowering them with the tools and the wherewithal to take care of their reproductive health in their future. I work in the medical profession. Planned Parenthood provides the highest standard of care for reproductive health in the country. I trust Planned Parenthood to help young people make important decisions. Education and knowledge make us free. Planned Parenthood makes this accessible to everyone. There is no other organization, private doctor, OBGYN, emergency room, that can provide such a high standard of care. It is the only place you can receive excellent care, education, and a non-judgmental atmosphere that is comfortable for young women and their partners. The professionalism and caring here are outstanding. It is the only place where you can schedule appointments in an appropriately timely manner. Planned Parenthood deserves the support of all our legislators and citizens. 25 years ago, I turned to Planned Parenthood for guidance in my reproductive health, and so when it was time to counsel my daughter on such matters, Planned Parenthood was where we turned. We shared this with our family practitioner, and he lent us his unconditional support. Planned Parenthood is an organization that deserves study by legislators as a model of professionalism and quality care. The U.S. would solve very many social problems in a cost-effective and compassionate manner if Planned Parenthood was able to have the support it deserves. I cannot praise the organization and staff enough. Please, as legislators, take a long, hard, and informed look and support this organization. I want to note that the stories you just heard were gathered in journals in the waiting rooms at the Planned Parenthood clinics in Springfield and Joplin, Missouri in 2000 and 2001. Here were the instructions on the journal. This journal is for you to take a minute and share your story. Please tell us in what way Planned Parenthood services have been meaningful to you in your life. We may choose to share these stories with our elected officials in order to show them about the work we do at Planned Parenthood. We ask that your comments remain anonymous. It may be helpful to include your age, but you need not include your name. I'm going to move on now and read a statement of policy from the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists that was issued by their executive board in May 2013. Statement of policy. Legislative interference with the patient care, medical decisions, and the patient-physician relationship. Government serves as a valuable role in the protection of public health and safety and the provision of essential health services. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists and the American Congress of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, respectively the college and ACOG, support this proper role of government. Laws that veer from these functions and unduly interfere with patient-physician relationships are not appropriate. Absent a substantial public health justification, government should not interfere with individual patient-physician encounters. The patient-physician relationship is essential to the provision of safe and quality medical care and should be protected from unnecessary government intrusion. Efforts to legislate elements of patient care and counseling can drive a wedge between a patient and her healthcare provider, be that a physician, certified midwife, nurse practitioner, or physician assistant. Laws should not interfere with the ability of physicians to determine appropriate treatment options and have open, honest, and confidential communications with their patients. Nor should laws interfere with the patient's right to be counseled by a physician according to the best currently available medical evidence and the physician's professional medical judgment. The college and ACOG strongly oppose any governmental interference that threatens communications between patients and their physicians or causes a physician to compromise his or her medical judgment about what information or treatment is in the best interest of the patient. Laws that require physicians to give or withhold specific information when counseling patients, or that mandate which tests, procedures, treatment alternatives, or medicines physicians can perform, prescribe, or administer are ill-advised. Examples of such problematic legislation include laws that prohibit physicians from speaking to their patients about firearms and gun safety, laws that require medically unnecessary ultrasounds before abortion and force a patient to view the ultrasound image, laws that mandate an outdated treatment protocol for medical abortion, and laws that prescribe what must be communicated to patients about breast density and cancer risk, contrary to current evidence-based scientific data and medical consensus. The type of legislative interference affects all physicians, not just obstetricians, gynecologists. For example, laws that require physicians to follow a specific medical protocol, singled out by legislators in defiance of current accepted medical practice, are dangerous to patient health and safety. Such laws preclude physicians from offering the best evidence-based care to their patients, even if the law or regulation is directly consistent with the clinical standard of care at the time of enactment. Medical treatment protocols written into law are problematic. Medical knowledge is not static. As knowledge advances, these protocols, tests, and procedures will become outdated. Legislation should not override scientific progress. The college and ACOG oppose legislation that weakens the patient. First, physicians can advocate against undue legislative interference in patient care. A patient's right to be counseled and treated by her physician according to the best available medical evidence, and the physician's professional medical judgment must be protected. Approved by the Executive Board, May 2013. I will now move on to the American College of Physicians Statement of Principles on the Role of Government in Regulating the Patient-Physician Relationship. This was issued in July 2012. Society has conferred professional prerogatives on physicians with the expectation that they will use their position for the benefit of patients. In turn, physicians are responsible and accountable to society for their professional actions. Society grants each physician the rights, privileges, and duties pertinent to the patient-physician relationship, and has the right to require that physicians be competent and knowledgeable, and that they practice with consideration for the patient as a person. The ACP Ethics Manual, 2012. Introduction. The physician's first and primary duty is to put the patient first. To accomplish this duty, physicians and the medical profession have been granted a privileged position in society, conferred by society and government. Several states have proposed or adopted legislation and or regulations, however, that interfere or have the potential to interfere with appropriate clinical practice by 1, prohibiting physicians from discussing with or asking their patients about risk factors that may affect their health or the health of their families as recommended by evidence-based guidelines of care. 2, requiring physicians to discuss specific practices that in the physician's best clinical judgment are not individualized to the patient. 3, requiring physicians to provide diagnostic tests or medical interventions that are not supported by evidence or clinical relevance. Or 4, limiting information that physicians can disclose to patients. This paper provides a framework for broadly addressing these issues without expressly taking positions on the controversial and related issues of abortion, reproductive rights, and gun control. Of particular concern are laws and regulations that require physicians to provide care not supported by evidence-based interventions and or not individualized to the needs of the specific patient. Although it may be difficult to distinguish between mandates that interfere with clinical practice versus those that promote good public health, this paper attempts to provide a framework with principles that can provide some guidance. The need to address these issues was discussed in April by the Board of Regents, which charged a Health and Public Policy Committee with input from the Ethics, Professionalism, and Human Rights Committee to develop a policy framework on laws and regulations that, 1, prohibit physicians from discussing with or asking their patients about risk factors that may affect their health or the health of their families as recommended by evidence-based guidelines of care. 2, require physicians to discuss if, in the physician's best clinical judgment, it is not necessary or appropriate at the time of the physician's. Or 3, require physicians to provide and patients to receive diagnostic tests or medical interventions that are not supported by evidence-based guidelines, especially if such tests or interventions are invasive and required to be provided without the patient's express consent. Background. The physician's first and primary duty is to the patient. The physician's professional role is to make recommendations on the basis of the best available medical evidence and to pursue options that comport with the patient's unique health needs, values, and preferences. In an increasingly complex healthcare system, physicians have an obligation to help patients understand clinical recommendations, to enable them to make informed choices among all appropriate care and referral options. Government plays a key role in helping to provide the framework within which physicians carry out their ethical obligations. The roles of government include licensing, protecting and improving public health, determining the safety and effectiveness of drugs and medical devices, and supporting medical education, training, and research, among others. The federal government plays a major role in assuring public health, safety, and welfare. Responsibilities include a broad range of functions, such as approving drugs and medical devices for safety and effectiveness, assuring that drugs are manufactured according to proper dosages in safe and uncontaminated facilities, sponsored clinical research, supporting the education of the workforce, assuring a safe environment, and protecting and improving public health. The federal government has a major role in protecting the health and welfare of vulnerable populations, including the elderly through Medicare, the poor and disabled through Medicaid, children through CHIP, veterans through the Veterans Health Administration, and other disadvantaged or special needs groups. All states also have laws and regulations to protect public health, safety, and welfare. State medical practice acts, quote, protect the public from the unprofessional, improper, incompetent, unlawful, state medical boards regulate the practice of medicine and privileges to practice under those laws. The primary responsibility and obligation of the state medical board is to protect the public. They establish requirements for licensure, administer licensure examinations, evaluate the medical education and training of applicants, evaluate previous professional performance of applicants, and establish and administer disciplinary procedures. In doing so, they ensure that patients that licensed physicians meet professional standards of care, ethics, and professionalism that, if not met could compromise patient safety. These medical practice acts generally defer to the profession to establish and maintain standards of medical and ethical practice. However, medical practice acts can also be quite specific in directing physician behavior. Some state laws require specific actions by physicians and other healthcare professionals. Examples include laws and regulations requiring immunizations, screening for specific diseases, reporting contagious diseases, suspected cases of child or domestic partner abuse, and reporting of impaired drivers and neglected care of patients in nursing homes and other institutions, rules concerning the treatment of minors, and regulations of hospice care, to name a few. However, legislation can be slow and cumbersome in responding to medical advances or changes in scientific knowledge. Examples of legislation and regulations that appear to interfere with appropriate clinical medical practice and intrude on the patient-physician relationship. Some recent laws and proposed legislation appear to inappropriately infringe on clinical medical practice and patient-physician relationships, crossing traditional boundaries and intruding into the realm of medical professionalism and could compromise patient safety. Mandated treatment and procedures. Legislation in Alaska would allow patients and families to override a physician's do not resuscitate or DNR order. This legislation fails to recognize the low success rate of cardiopulmonary resuscitation or CPR, and that CPR attempts could be harmful and painful for patients with extremely advanced medical conditions. As stated in the ethics manual, quote, intervention in the case of a cardiopulmonary arrest is inappropriate for some patients, particularly those for whom death is expected, imminent, and unavoidable, end quote. ACP policy allows for unilateral DNR orders by physicians. Quote, in the circumstance that no evidence shows that a specific treatment desired by the patient will provide any medical benefit, the physician is not ethically obligated to provide such treatment, although the physician should be aware of relevant state law. The physician need not provide an effort at resuscitation that cannot conceivably restore circulation and breathing, but he or she should help the family to understand and accept this reality, end quote. And, according to the Charter on Professionalism, quote, physicians must have respect for patient autonomy. Physicians must be honest with their patients and empower them to make informed decisions about their treatment. Patients' decisions about their care must be paramount, as long as those decisions are in keeping with ethical practice and do not lead to demands for inappropriate care, end quote. The Alaska legislation stipulates that all previously established healthcare directives and DNR orders become null and void if they are not in accord with the new law. In Connecticut, Texas, and Virginia, physicians providing mammograms are required to notify women about their breast density and potential benefits of additional screening. In vetoing legislation, State Bill 791 in California, with similar requirements, Governor Edmund G. Brown Jr. raised concerns about the potential anxiety that such breast density information might provoke. He warned, quote, the notice contained in this bill goes beyond information about breast density. It advises additional screening to be beneficial. If the state must mandate a notice about breast density, and I am not certain it should, some notices must be more carefully crafted and ways that educate more than they prescribe, end quote. Arizona women seeking an abortion must have an ultrasound at least 24 hours before the procedure. Under law in Wisconsin, doctors must have 3 office visits with a woman before prescribing a drug-induced abortion. They must also determine that the woman is not being coerced into the procedure. Physicians who fail to abide by the mandate could be subject to criminal penalties, including imprisonment. In a number of other states, laws also place requirements on abortions. In Virginia, a bill would have required women to have fetal ultrasound imaging for the purpose of determining gestational age before receiving an abortion. As an external ultrasound would not be able to provide the mandated information early in pregnancy, this legislation would have resulted in the use of transvaginal ultrasound, as determined by her physician for a woman in the very early stages of pregnancy. In a letter urging Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell to veto the bill, ACP's Virginia chapter noted, quote, "We believe that this legislation represents a dangerous and unprecedented intrusion by the Commonwealth of Virginia into patient privacy and that it encroaches on the doctor-patient relationship," end quote. The letter continued, quote, "This legislation interferes with physicians' ability to make sound clinical judgments based on medical reasoning and in the best interest of our patients," end quote. A modified bill, which requires external ultrasound only, was signed into law by Governor Bob McDonnell in March 2012. Any physician who fails to comply is subject to a $2,500 civil penalty. Although abortion laws will not be the focus of the position paper, since this procedure is not within the routine practice of internal medicine, we note the issue here because of its prominence in debates about government mandates. It is our goal to develop principles that will be applicable in analyzing a wide variety of laws and regulations. Prohibited speech. Laws that restrict the content of patient-physician communications are problematic, especially considering that, quote, "Physicians must provide information to the patient about all appropriate care and referral options," end quote. In Florida, legislation expressly restricts healthcare practitioners from asking patients questions related to gun safety, or recording information about those conversations in patients' medical records on penalty of harsh disciplinary sanctions, including fines and permanent revocation of their licenses to practice medicine. Under the law, physicians is following established protocol by informing patients how they may limit the lethal risks posed by firearms, could be at risk of losing their medical license. The ACP Florida chapter joined in an amicus brief arguing that the law would deprive physicians and other healthcare practitioners of their First Amendment right to freedom of speech, and also would deprive patients of their First Amendment rights to receive potentially life-saving information regarding safety measures they can take to protect their children, families, and others from injury or death resulting from unsafe storage or handling of firearms. The federal district court agreed, and a permanent injunction, subject to appeal, was issued, preventing the law from being enforced. In Pennsylvania, physicians can access information about chemicals used in the fracking process to extract oil and natural gas, but they are prohibited by law from discussing their findings with patients who may be suffering from consequent harm. Fracking can involve injecting into the ground toxic chemicals such as benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene. Low levels of exposure to these chemicals can trigger headaches, dizziness, and drowsiness, while higher levels of exposure may cause cancer. The law requires mining and drilling companies to disclose the identity and the amount of any chemicals used in fracking fields on request of any health professional seeking the information in order to diagnose and treat a patient that may have been exposed to a hazardous chemical. Though the health professionals seeking this information must sign a confidentiality agreement stating that they will not disclose the information. However, there is some controversy over whether the law does or does not allow for disclosure to the patient for the purpose of diagnosis and treatment. The following are the relevant sections of the statute. Section 10. A vendor, service company, or operator shall identify the specific identity and amount of any chemicals claimed to be a trade secret or confidential proprietary information to any health professional who requests the information in writing, if the health professional executes a confidentiality agreement and provides a written statement of need for the information indicating all of the following. 1. Information is needed for the purpose of diagnosis and treatment of an individual. 2. The diagnosis and treatment may have been exposed to hazardous chemical. And 3. Knowledge of the information will assist in the diagnosis or treatment of an individual. Section 11. If a health professional determines that a medical emergency exists and the specific identity and amount of any chemicals claimed to be a trade secret or confidential proprietary information are necessary for emergency treatment, the vendor, service provider, or operator shall immediately disclose the information to the health professional upon a verbal acknowledgement by the health professional that the information may not be used for purposes other than the health needs asserted, and the health professional shall maintain the information as confidential. The vendor, service provider, or operator may request, and the health professional shall provide, upon request, a written statement of need and a confidentiality agreement from the health professional as soon as circumstances permit, in conformance with the regulations promulgated under this chapter. Examples of other government requirements that may be inappropriate. Laws that also govern vaccines for children, letting allowing exemptions for children with medical contraindications confirmed by a physician, and exemptions for religious objections or personal beliefs. Concerned that the personal belief exemption is undermining immunization rates, physicians have supported recent bills in Washington State, Vermont, and California to either, one, make the exemption more difficult to obtain by requiring parents to get a physician or nurse practitioner, affirming that they have provided the parent or parents information on the benefits and risks of immunization and the health risks of communicable diseases covered by the state vaccine mandate, or two, elimination of the personal belief exemption altogether. Legislation in New York requires physicians and other healthcare practitioners, starting in 2011, to offer terminally ill patients, quote, information and counseling regarding palliative care and end-of-life options appropriate to the patient, including, among other things, prognosis, risks and benefits of the various options, and the patient's legal rights to comprehensive pain and symptom management. Although the law only requires that the clinician offer to provide information, the Medical Society of the State of New York and others have criticized the law as failing to recognize the complexity and uncertainty involved in end-of-life discussions among a patient, the family, and his or her physician. Failure to comply with this law can result in fines of up to $5,000 for repeated offenses and a jail term of up to 1 year for willful violations. California adopted a similar law in 2009. The California Medical Society did not oppose it, but had opposed an earlier version that would have required doctors to specifically tell terminally ill patients about alternatives such as palliative sedation and refusing food and water to speed up the dying process. ACP principles on the role of governments and legislation in regulating the patient-physician relationship. Through legislation, legislative action, and judicial decision, government is increasingly involved in medical ethics. The convergence of various forces, scientific advances, patient and public education, the internet, the civil rights and consumer movements, the effect of law and economics on medicine, and the heterogeneity of our society demands that physicians clearly articulate the ethical principles that guide their behavior in clinical care, research, and teaching. As citizens or collectively as members of the profession, it is crucial that a responsible physician perspective be heard as societal decisions are made. That quote is from the ACP Ethics Manual in 2012. The ACP recommends the following principles for the role of federal and state governments in healthcare and the patient-physician relationship. 1. All parties involved in the provision of healthcare, including government, are responsible for acknowledging and lending support to the intimacy and importance of the patient-physician relationship and the ethical obligations of the physician to put the patient first. The fundamental ethical principles of beneficence, honesty, confidentiality, privacy, and advocacy are central to the delivery of evidence-based, individualized care and must be respected by all parties. Physicians should not be prohibited by laws or regulation from discussing with or asking their patients about risk factors or disclosing information, including proprietary information on exposure to potentially dangerous chemicals or biological agents to the patient, which may affect their health, the health of their families, sexual partners, and others who may be in contact with the patient. Rules limiting what may or may not be discussed or the information that may be disclosed during healthcare encounters undermine the patient-physician relationship and can inappropriately affect patient health. The patient and his or her physician are best positioned to determine what topics to discuss. Law 3. Laws and regulations should not mandate the content of what physicians may or may not say to patients, or mandate the provision or withholding of information or care that, in the physician's clinical judgment and based on clinical evidence and the norms of the profession, are not necessary or appropriate for a particular patient at the time of the even laws and regulations that mandate a test, procedure, treatment, or provision of specific types of health information or counseling to the patient when generally consistent with the standard of care and intended to provide benefit to the patient should be approached cautiously, because they cannot allow for all potential situations in which their application would be unnecessary or even harmful to specific patients. Mandated care may also interfere with the patient-physician relationship and divert clinical time from more immediate clinical concerns. Legislation and regulations should not prevent physicians from treating particular types of patients, for example, based on immigration status, racial or ethnic origin, sexual orientation, or religion. The following questions may be helpful in providing general guidance for evaluating the appropriateness of proposed laws and regulations regarding the provision of medical care during the patient-physician encounter, with the presumption being that the government should avoid regulating the content of the clinical encounter without a compelling and evidence-based benefit to the individual patient and/or sustained public health justification that can't be better met through other means. The list is not meant to be is intended merely to suggest questions that should be raised. It is not meant to be all-inclusive. The questions are not mutually exclusive. Positive answers to all questions does not imply that a law or regulation is appropriate. It is not necessary to support a proposed law or regulation. A. Is the content and information or care consistent with the best available medical evidence on clinical effectiveness, appropriateness, and professional standards of care? B. Is the proposed law or regulation necessary to achieve public health objectives that directly affect the health of the individual patient, as well as population health, as supported by scientific evidence? And if so, is there any other reasonable way to achieve the same objectives? C. Could the presumed basis for a governmental role be better addressed through advisory clinical guidelines developed by professional societies? D. Does the content and information on care allow for flexibility based on individual patient circumstances and on the most appropriate time, setting, and means of delivering such information or care? E. Is the proposed law or regulation required to achieve a public health policy goal, such as protecting public health or encouraging access to needed medical care, without preventing physicians from addressing the healthcare needs of individual patients during specific clinical encounters based on the patient's own circumstances and with minimal interference to the patient-physician relationship? F. Does the content and information to be provided facilitate shared decision-making between patients and their physicians based on the best medical evidence, the physician knowledge and clinical judgment, and patient values, beliefs, and preferences? Or would it undermine shared decision-making by specifying content that is forced upon patients and physicians without regard to the best medical evidence, the physician's clinical judgment, and the patient's wishes? G. Is there a process for appeal to accommodate for specific circumstances or changes in medical standards of care? In making decisions about counseling and treatment among evidence-based options, the patient's values are paramount, although the physician is not required to violate standards of medical care or ethics, fundamental personal values, or the law. Patients should not be required to undergo tests or interventions, especially invasive and potentially harmful interventions that violate the patient's values, are not medically necessary, and are not supported by the scientific evidence on clinical effectiveness, or could expose the patient to unnecessary risk, and physicians should not be required to provide such services. 5. Medical practice should reflect current scientific evidence, which may evolve over time. Physicians should be guided by evidence-based clinical guidelines that allow flexibility to adapt to individual patient circumstances. Statutory and regulatory standards of care may be set in concrete and may not reflect the latest evidence and applicable medical knowledge. This is a water break for the filibuster. We will resume in 1 second. Laws governing medical practice must be revised as needed, and regulatory rules should offer a process for timely appeal in an interval appropriate to the nature of the condition being treated. Regulatory requirements should not create undue burdens that have the consequence of limiting access to needed care or unnecessarily divert from the precious time that physicians have to spend with their patients. Okay, so the references that are cited in that document are, since everybody loves citations, the American College of Physician Ethics, Professionalism, and Human Rights Committee, the ABIM Foundation, ACP-ASIM Foundation, and European Federation of Internal Medicine, Medical Professionalism in the New Millennium, a Physician Charter, the Federation of State Medical Boards of the United States Incorporated, a Guide to the Essentials of a Modern Medical Practice Act, HB 309 and SB 172, Care Directives Do Not Resuscitate Orders in Alaska, Brown vetoes breast density bill, state abortion laws place unprecedented limits, requirements on doctors. Arizona, Mississippi, and Wisconsin are the latest to implement strict anti-abortion measures. Virginia ultrasound bill passes in House. American College of Physicians, Virginia chapter, letter to Governor Bob McDonnell. House Bill number 460, amendment in the nature of a substitute, House Committee for Courts of Justice. Florida House Bill 155, the Firearm Owners Privacy Act. The American Academy of Pediatrics, Florida chapter, American Academy of Family Physicians, Florida chapter, and the American College of Physicians, Florida chapter, incorporated, versus Governor Rick Scott, complaint for declaratory and injunctive relief. State District Court, Southern District of Florida, omnibus order on cross motions for summary judgment, case number 11-22026. For Pennsylvania's doctors, a gag order on fracking chemicals. Pennsylvania law PL 87, number 13, Oil and Gas, Omnibus Amendments Act of February 14, 2012. Vermont, consider tougher vaccine exemption rules. Law on end-of-life care rankles doctors. The Palliative Care Information Act in real life. California law mandates discussing end-of-life options. American College of Physicians, National Immigration Policy and Access to Health Care position paper. American College of Physicians, Racial and Ethnic Disparities in Healthcare. I will now read a story by Dallas Schubert of the Abortion Care Network entitled, Having a Severely Premature Baby Strengthened My Support for Every Woman's Right to Choose. When I was 24 years old, I got pregnant. My husband and I weren't trying to get pregnant, but we weren't trying not to either, and we were both very happy when we got the news. I was young, and it wasn't written into a plan, but it was very much what I wanted. I threw myself wholeheartedly into that pregnancy, ate all the right things, and exercised appropriately. We talked about names, and I daydreamed about the baby growing in me and who it would be. I loved the feeling movement. I had mild morning sickness. I was on top of the world. At 23 and a half weeks, I started spotting, and in a matter of hours found myself in a downward spiral from doctor's office to ambulance to hospital with a level 3 neonatal intensive care unit, NICU, on the other side of town. My cervix was dilating, the baby was coming, and I was diagnosed in the insensitive language of medicine with a, quote, incompetent cervix. For almost 24 hours, they worked to stop the progress. I was positioned with my head lower than my feet in the Trendelenburg position to try to enlist the help of gravity. I was given magnesium sulfate to slow preterm labor and dexamethasone, a steroid to speed fetal lung development. I was hooked to a monitor that showed I was having contractions that at first I couldn't even feel. We found out by ultrasound that it was a girl. A nurse sat by my bed all through the night.
I'd like to inquire my fellow Missourian.
I yield my time to my fellow Missourian.
You're welcome. We are at the bottom paragraph.
I'm Mary, and I am a Missouri woman. I'm here because the more than 30 anti-choice bills before the Missouri Legislature right now, particularly the 72-hour waiting period, will be a disaster for the health of Missouri women.
She's going to come actually.
Sometime.
You can come on the side. You can keep that right there. We'll get you the mic. I want people to be able to see you. There you go.
So she's
Here you go.
Okay. Sometime the next morning, the doctors discovered that my membranes had ruptured and that it was going to be possible to put off delivery. They also discovered that the cord lay between my cervix and my premature daughter, meaning that natural childbirth would be fatal, and if we planned to try to save her life, we would need an emergency C-section. Whether or not we planned to save her life was not a given. Sober-faced doctors laid out in detail what our choices were. We were told that she had no chance of survival without extraordinary medical intervention. We were told that she had about a 25% chance of survival if we resuscitated, and that if she survived, she had an over 75% chance of significant disability and chronic medical need. We had a choice. We could accept what was happening, that we were losing this baby we so very much wanted, deliver her, and hold her briefly in our arms while her heart, if it was still beating after delivery, stopped. She would go peacefully, painlessly, and we would begin the healing process. Or we could resuscitate, intubate, and head down the uncertain and complicated road of medical intervention. I couldn't let her go. Lying there, pumped full of magnesium, scared and tired, I couldn't let go of the idea of that child I had become attached to for 6 months. I couldn't let go of my expectations of parenthood. I couldn't accept the inevitability of grief. And so I said, do everything you can. The NICU team was called. I was whisked to surgery, and we began the next stage of our journey. The risks to a severely premature infant are many. Our daughter was born at just under 24 weeks, weighing 590 grams and measuring just 12 inches. She could not breathe on her own and was put on the ventilator she would remain on for 7 weeks.
May I inquire of my colleague? Do you yield?
I do yield.
Okay. You yield to another filibuster, or another segment of the filibuster on you. I'm going to come around here. We understand, for those of you not here in Missouri, that we are in for some rain. And so we are getting ready to be able to provide our ongoing live stream of the 72-hour Women's Filibuster for women's health in Missouri. We're getting ready to make sure we're under cover so that we are protected and can continue the filibuster throughout the rain. So I'm going to yield it back to my dear colleague just a moment after we get set up here, and then she'll resume with the compelling story. And protect the mic from the wind in an attempt to be able to deliver this content to you more clearly. And so, my dear colleague, I am ready to yield the floor back to you. And I think it's best if you stand right to this side and move this over. Here you go. And I think, here you go.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And then you can find where you were. No?
Thank you very much.
Sure. Can you see? Thank you.
I couldn't let go of my expectations of parenthood. I couldn't accept the inevitability of grief. And so I said, do everything you can. The NICU team was called, and I was whisked to surgery, and we began the next stage of our journey. The risks to a severely premature infant are many. Our daughter was born at just under 24 weeks, weighing 590 grams and measuring just 12 inches. She could not breathe on her own and was put on the ventilator she would remain on for 7 weeks, putting her at high risk for chronic lung disease. IVs were placed in her veins, no thicker than a strand of hair. We were told many times every day that the slightest infection could take her life. The doctors and nurses were engaged in a constant balancing act over the amount of oxygen that could be pumped into her lungs. Her brain and body needed enough to survive and grow. Too much could cause blindness and damage. At any moment, the delicate veins and arteries in her brain could rupture and bleed, with the potential of death or severe physical and mental disability. I sat by her side every day, but couldn't hold her until she was taken off the ventilator. She received 2 transfusions of my blood. Gradually, I regret the decision I made. How could I? I have this beautiful, wonderful girl. And I know that if we had not been so lucky, we would have dealt with whatever problem or disability came our way. We had the resources and the insurance to care for her, and plenty of family support. She would have been loved and valued, and she would have brought value to the world. I am, however, profoundly aware that the decision to resuscitate and take advantage of what modern medicine, with all its miracles and imperfections, has to offer was not a clear-cut decision, ethically or medically. The choice regarding my daughter's care was mine, as it should have been. It was both my moral right and my responsibility. I was her mother. She was growing in me. The complex decisions about her life were mine to make, and I made them as best I could. I have been asked many times since whether my experience changed my commitment to and support for women's access to later abortions. Absolutely not. If anything, it has made my support and empathy for women facing those decisions stronger. I held my daughter's life and the potential quality of that life in my hands. I made a choice that was born of my hopes, my dreams, the degree of attachment I had to that pregnancy, and my expectations about motherhood. I made a choice to avoid immediate grief and pain. That choice could have condemned her to a more painful death or a painful life. The consequences of that decision were not just mine to live with, they were hers as well. I believe it is from that very same place that most women make the decision to have an abortion, or any other number of decisions regarding pregnancy and parenting. With the ability to bear children comes the awesome and often difficult power to make decisions about that life. I had tremendous levels of support around my choices, and in the early years of parenting, privilege and the miracle of Emma's good outcome ensured it. No one questioned my unplanned pregnancy. Everyone assumed her premature birth was beyond my control, not the result of bad parental habits or behavior. Everywhere I went, family, friends, and complete strangers affirmed my decision around her birth, applauded my strength, and labeled me as a good mother. But in the hours I spent by her isolette, I doubted my choice to try to preserve her life. And even many years later, I recognize its ethical ambiguity and how lucky we really were. Had I made the